Namaskar, good morning, good day. Speaking from Bharat, India, this is Yasura Singh on June 13, 2020, addressing to all my friends, professional and non-professionals all over the world, regarding current issues of COVID in brief and professional issues, construction and design engineering, management, concrete, and quality. In combination, in this brief talk, of course it's early morning, people are sleeping indeed, yet urgency is urgency. Certification for information only is fellowship, fellow membership. Chartered engineer according to Royal Charter of Institute of Engineers India, Bharat, this designation. Like every day, back to you. Serious, most significant problem of COVID-19 is crashing all over. US, Russia, Brazil and our Bharat are on top. Infections, unfortunately, no way to resolve it, no way to solve it. It's moving in its choice. COVID is moving in its choice, it's not listening to someone. It should not. It's doing its job and people should do their job. That's requirement, that distribution of responsibility, division of responsibility. COVID has come here for everybody, and when it goes nobody knows, and therefore it's right that you have to live with it, just like you have to live with air which is polluted or not polluted. Similarly you have to live with this, good or bad. No way out. No way out, therefore what to say, fact remains that no country in the world prepared for this. Nobody was ready for this. They never expected, world population, world leaders never expected that COVID shall come and attack them as it has done. And I can say more attacks are going to come, more severe attacks. Because world, this earth, and we citizens of earth, we residents of earth, must learn lesson from such impacts, such attacks. But unfortunately we learn nothing. That is our route, not to learn anything. And still, despite so much havoc caused by this, people of course are scared but not learning anything. They are not learning. I can't define more than that. What it would do, time would tell. But society is changing gradually. People are accepting or not accepting, but they are meeting, they are compromising on various issues. What I can say, in our country, Bharat, just 500 cases were there, or 400 cases, infections were there. On 24th March, I think 24th March, yes, in 24th March or April, it was then. Now it's around crossed 3 lakhs, 300,000. So you can say in 2 months time, 500 to 3 lakhs, and maybe next week or next to next week will be 500,000. Just like it happened in USA, it happened in Russia, it happened elsewhere. It happens everywhere. So Corona is doing its justice. It's not doing a due favor to someone. This means it's uniformly designed to attack all. So there is no other way for corona. Corona only can be requested, but there is no meaning of request when corona comes. It has come to do its duty, and it's doing its duty. Only, as usually I say, only precautionary measure we have to take. Only precautionary measure, there's no way out. And those measures, you know very well, I'm going to say masks and eyeglasses, boiled water immediately drinking, and hot food, sun rays absorption for few minutes, and of course when you absorb sun rays, vitamin D comes to your body, and ultraviolet rays to come to your body. And boiling water is most important because it is hot. About you boil at 100 degrees Celsius, and when you finish a cup of water, don't boil much, boil a small quantity. Just like you take a cup of tea, sip by sip, and it takes 2, 3, or 5 minutes to finish one cup of tea. Same way you can do on this, and you can get better protection. And when say protection or prevention is best cure, you can say. That's what we understand. So there is no meaning of being in panic now, because even if you panic, you are not going to solve this problem. When God punishes His people, it's like that's happening now. There is no way out. Therefore, be calm where you are. Try to upgrade your stamina. You can say your resistance of body, what we call immunity. Stop living very comfortable life for this time. Sacrifice your comfort. Avoid use of air conditioning. Avoid use of air conditioning in cars as well. Avoid use of too cold water or chilled water, because when you take boiled water, there is no place for chilled water. If you take, after you, I'm just suggesting, I am daily taking many times this water. Of course, it affects your blood pressure, indeed. But affecting blood pressure means it may bring down your blood pressure, because it's boiled water. Momentarily it will bring down, and you can manage that, because you can manage that, and it will also extract out your toxin materials or your fats from body. That's what I can say, not more than that. My only suggestion is, take care, all people of the world. I'm not joking at all. What I'm saying is based on my experience, based on safety, health and environment issues. Though in heart we like to take cold, but we should understand transmission of thermal energy from outside body to inside body is big question. And if we can't understand that science, that method, we can't help ourselves. Just like your temperature outside is 41 sometimes or 40 sometimes, and now it is 31 at this moment I'm talking to you. Early morning, 3:30, it's 31 or 41 during 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. There is a variance of 10 degrees in few hours time. So 1 degree per hour, you can say, if there is a temperature difference of 10 degrees from 4 o'clock to 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, say 1 degree Celsius per hour rise, and similarly fall as well. So per hour 1 degree means there is a difference of thermal energy accumulation in your body, and that can impact your body. The 37 degrees is considered to be normal temperature, but that is also normal. Normal means for 5-10 minutes I'm saying, when you consume this water, boiled water, that can affect your body, it will affect your brain as well. and you can't tolerate that, I know, then you can sit just in front of fan so that your sweat is cleared off. You don't feel sweating, your body sweating is there. So you can take off sweat material, sweat, liquid, and you can then again take water many times a day. So it will first of all help you many against many other diseases, as well as you feel comfortable, you feel smart enough. Of course, you may have some you can say impact of little sleep during that time, possibly, because when it's 40 degrees around or more, you feel sleepy and drowsy. So it doesn't matter for 10, 15 minutes, 1 hour can sleep if you wish. Well, I many times write on post books about these precautionary measures, but people, I don't know whether they read that or they don't read that. It's up to them. I can't force someone. But I'm observing all this. I use my handkerchief as mask, and I use glasses, of course, my eye specs, and you can say hot water and hot food, and some sort of walking or some sort of what. So you can, and if I hope if you give this boiled water to patients also, it will benefit them, and that's okay, I can say. I have many talks here, many subjects here. I have to talk about concrete. Yesterday too I talked, before yesterday I talked. Today I am going to talk about concrete, that is concrete specification. Also, there are other subjects in that, general specifications of the car. That too I have to talk, and I have to talk about this FIDIC red book, which is in process, in progress, and I'll talk with part of that, and I have to talk about FIDIC Silver EPC. That's on program today, and I think it's of course good that I'm having this opportunity to talk to you about these technical issues and contractual issues and general issues. Maybe you are not so anxious to know about this, but still, if something is in public domain, it can be used whenever you prefer that, if your time. Of course, time is time. Nowadays, there's no much work left. It's only if you say you are too busy that you are lucky or fortunate. If a lot of work to do with you, but I'm sure that it's not valid for everybody, and I'm going to open my file of Qatar specifications now, and I shall also like to open general files. That is, I'll have to see if I can find that here. I start that one. There's fully construction Qatar section, and chart into contract activity payment. Let me see where that file is, and I'll try to do that. So this file is open now, and I like to open. So this file is open, and I would like also to see if I can open general conditions and the general specifications of this. Sorry. Oh, no. I should understand it. Okay. This is why mistake happened. So this is I think Euro code it should be somewhere. This general specifications, I think should be where I kept. I don't remember. Euro course general, and this is Euro course Qatar project. The sewerage Qatar contractors, right? General conditions, Karama, general conditions, contract Qatar 2010. That's not that, I think. Just click, or I can see. And maybe somewhere else I let's say Qatar rule works, Qatar section 1 general, yes it's that, so Qatar general it is. So I have these two files. Let me introduce you about these files which I have now with me, because it's better to understand first. Now this is file that is about concrete, which is well known to you. Now I talked to you about this file 2 days, or 2 days I've been talking to you, and this is about 200 pages. I have talked to you over 50 pages, and if you say, I'll continue on that, indeed, that this is this 50 pages, and to say I talked to you about that, and if you go further, it is in this we will be talking about properties of concrete and laboratory test, and we talked all that. Then it's going to be further property test continuous requirements, and let me say property requirements is given again and again, and resolve property requirements continuous trial mixes, and it goes like that. Then quality and testing, then it is hardened test for fiber reinforced concrete, then quality control charts and working test cubes and rejection of concrete mixes, unsatisfactory concrete works, and then it is another one, concrete plants, and after that is concrete plants continuous, and then you can say is batching concrete plants, and batching continues, and this is plant type, etc., complete detail of that. And then it is charging, charging mixer, etc., and mixing, and then this concrete plants continues, and mixed concrete, ready mixed concrete, and then it is a concrete plant inspection checklist, right? And inspection checklist of that. It is also a long document, and we may go further, and that is transportation and placing of concrete. Then it's all compaction, etc., is a part of that, and then form work complete of this. Then you can see after form work it's all practical, form work, then it's going to be surface finishes, etc., all that, and then form work execution, and it's all technical work to be done on site, and people should know this, engineers particularly. So I'm saying then stripping time and all those details required. Form work continuing, and this is long day, and then it's curing, and curing is also a very important point. All types of curing shown in this. Then you can say curing, and curing continues long way, and it is reinforcement. Reinforcement is also very long. Reinforcement, you can say, is long chapter here, and in that case it's longly going, it's still going on. So reinforcement is big type. Then it goes to coming to joints, concrete joints. Joints is also very important to understand, to know joints in concrete. And of course there is other than joint, many terms are there. And then it is other than inspection and testing of hardened concrete. Inspection and testing of hardened concrete, that's there. Concrete coats, etc. Then after this is there's another one, ultrasonic pulse measurements, then radiography, hardness, etc., all part of testing. And protective treatments of concrete, protective treatments, and then we can say all that chemicals, etc., waterproof membrane. So I'm going to tell you all this, explain about all this in coming days, because explanation should be clear and precise. And then hot weather concrete is there, and of course when hot weather concrete is there, it's very normal that you have to understand that hot weather, whole Arab is hot weather, all weather list is all weather. Actually America and England you can't say about them, Then miscellaneous is there. Miscellaneous, and miscellaneous means everything. And when miscellaneous there means grouting, all applications in that, discrete and cellular concrete and repair of concrete, all are there in miscellaneous. So it goes like that. And polystyrene concrete, and then structural precast concrete, structural precast concrete, and it's then structural precast concrete going on, and then I'm thinking we are reaching end of this file. That is pre-stressed concrete after that, and pre-stressed concrete, and you can say then this testing of water retaining structures. That's also very important part, testing of water retaining structures, and I did that manual. And then of then testing procedures, and then it is personal qualifications and certifications. Personal qualifications, certification, and that's, can say, testing laboratories, all details are there. So that's the end of that file, that is concrete. And now we go back to so let us say page 51. Let us say 51 here. I also move other file, that is, this is general introduction, and this is introduction, one part, introduction, and this is, and the other part is, in this is general compliance, that is about concrete, scope of Qatar, construction specifications, compliance, standards, terms and definitions, I can say. Then there is introduction, there's so many chapters in that, and this is one of that, so many chapters in that, and so many chapters I need to say, I'll have to pull it. What is the other chapter? Because chapter 2 is, end of part, and this is chapter 2 is use and maintenance of site. Then it is other one, site access and entry onto site. Then it is protection, and after that protection is number 5 is interference, and then after interference is number 6 is project meeting, and number 7 is after project meeting, it is submittals, and then in submittals, after that is still going on, submittals, a long chapter it is, submittals, which then is in building demolition 8, and then building demolition. After that it is continuing building demolition, then it is demolition, and after that is materials, building materials. I think that is a long file. Let me move further on this. Then it's occupational health and safety. Occupational health and safety, and that too must be longer. So it's still longer. So I should say after that is it's still long. Occupational health and safety. So it must be then. So it's continuing the safety. Occupational health and safety, long chapter. Then it's engineer site facilities. and then it's continuous, yes, it's release, and it's drying there, of course, as usual it's done. After that, it's then cycle is continuous. Then it is contractor site facilities. Contractor site facilities, and then it is site setting out of works. Site setting out of works. And after that is temporary works and equipment. Temporary works and equipments, and then it is temporary controls. Temporary controls, and after that is traffic diversion. Traffic diversion. Then project coordination. Project coordination. Other contractors, and then regulatory requirements. Regulatory requirements, and after that is that's ongoing, so it's long flowing regulation requirements. So it's then clearance of site. Clearance of site, and the final inspection handover. Final inspection handover, then it is new technologies and innovations, and design and supervision, consultant, quality requirements, and then is construction dewatering. Construction dewatering. After that is, let me see what chapter is that. It is construction dewatering, and then it is construction dewatering continues. It's also long, I think. Again, construction appendix A. Then there is appendix A, and which gives construction dewatering arrangements, and then it's a section of 4 criteria specific hazardous materials, and then construction dewatering continues. It is all annexures, and liquid all pollutants, etc. Construction dewatering and dewatering process inspections. So it's based on dewatering only, and I think it's going to close. Discharge permit forms and all that. So let us move further on this and see, after dewatering is something else. All complete details are given, and appendix C, environmental permit application, and that's Ministry of Environment, Qatar. So this is what we have to discuss. I just briefed you about program of what I'm making, and then FIDIC, of course. So now I move on this. Let me close this file of watering. Now in general, I would like to just introduce this file before going on to concrete one. And this file is that in general, in its introduction, what it says, for example, it is scope of this section, scope of Qatar construction specifications, references, precedence of specifications and documents. The second is compliance with Qatar construction specifications, compliance with general conditions of contract, and standards, reference to standards, government published specifications, regulations, notices and circulars, and survey mark. And terms and definitions: general, approved, contract, contract documents, contractor, drawings, engineer representative, government departments and utility services, guarantee, independent agency, owner, permanent works, plant, project documentation, singular and plural, site specifications specified, temporary works, abbreviations and symbols, general site conditions, language, contract language, and then introduction is there. So what actually, I'm just a brief introduction. Scope of this section is: this section specifies general clauses applicable to works being carried out in accordance with specification. The scope of Qatar construction specification: clauses in this specifications are applicable to each and every part of works. Their functions to bring together all those statements which are normally common to most types of works. And Qatar construction specifications applies to entire works, whether on site or in yards, workshops or factories employed elsewhere in correction to works. And references: this is BS 6100 as building and civil engineering vocabulary, BS ISO 80,000 quantities and units, BS EM 1991-14, Euro Code 1 actions on structures, general actions of reactions, BS EM 1992-11, Euro Code 2 designs of concrete structures, general rules and rules for buildings, ASCE SE 705 minimum design loads for buildings and other structures, Guide to Design of Concrete Structures in Arabian Peninsula 2008, Seismic Hazards and Seismic Design Requirements for Arabian Peninsula region, 14th World Conference of Earthquake Engineering, October 2008, Civil Aviation Authority by Records, Ministry of Communications and Transport, Department of Civil Aviation Meteorology. Precedence of specification and documents: how these conditions is. As usual, it says that particular conditions of contract as far as the specifications are concerned. So precedence is as this: particular conditions of contract, general conditions of contract, project specifications, project specific specifications, project specific and general drawings, Qatar construction specifications, and then compliance means compliance with Qatar construction specifications unless otherwise stated in project documentations. Contractor shall comply with every requirement of Qatar construction specification that is relevant to type of work forming any part of contract and shall adopt whichever permissible option or alternative that is best suited to needs of construction work being undertaken. Information of contract document as to whereabouts of existing services and maintenance is approximate, and for guidance of contractors who shall not be relieved of his obligations under general conditions of contract. Compliance with general conditions of contract. Qatar construction specifications is intended for use with general conditions of contract, and contractors shall comply with provisions of general conditions of contract in course of construction of works. And standards, and we'll see this later on. I'm just giving an introduction on that. What is that? So I'll close this file and we now move to I'll move to concrete, and this concrete, now it's concrete here. We were on page 55, section 5. So what in that was, I was explaining a property requirement, and we have reached to recommended test requirements, SCC, that is, SCC, which was what was that actually? 1 minute, this supplementary civil concrete. Constituent materials, general constituent material of SCC are same as those used in traditional concrete. So SCC is there. This is self-compacting concrete we are talking of. So in self-compacting concrete we are talking of. So let me start from self-compaction concrete so that we get overlap of that. This is page 50 on item number 4 in this presentation. Let me drink water also before going further so that I feel comfortable with my throat. And so you can say says. So self-compacting concrete, in general it says self-compacting concrete is a special concrete that requires minimum or no vibration for placing and compaction. It's absolute to flow under its own weight completely filling formwork and achieving full compaction, even in presence of congested reinforcement. Hardened concrete is dense, homogeneous, and has same engineering properties and durability as traditional vibrated, fully compacted concrete. Now, B, self-compacting concrete supplier, that is SCC, shall be supplied by a competent concrete producer with a record of successfully producing this type of concrete at considerable volume and with high consistency. Constituent materials general. Now, constituent materials for self-compacting concrete SCC are same as those used in traditional concrete, conforming to EN 206.1-1 as specified in part 2 of this section. D is achieve these to achieve these requirements. To achieve these requirements, control of constituent materials need be increased. Okay. Now it says constituent materials for SCC are same as those used in additional concrete, conforming to EN 206-1 as specified in part 2 of this section. To achieve this requirement, control of constituent materials need be increased and tolerable variations restricted, so that daily production of SCC is within conformity criteria, within need to test and adjust every batch. Recommended test requirements for SCCR. There are three in this. Slump flow is a laboratory test and field test. There are two answers in that. In slump flow, it says laboratory test is 600 to 750 mm and field test is 550 to 750 mm. V funnel, that is laboratory test, which is 6 to 25 seconds. This is not applicable for field test. L box 3 bars, this is greater than or equal to 0.8 and field test not applicable. And J ring, this is less than or equal to 10 mm and not applicable field test. Concrete specimen shall be molded in single layer without rodding and tapping. Now, slump flow and VSI testing. Slump flow and VSI is for funnel, and VSI testing shall be performed as outlined in European guidelines, and for SCC, self-compacting concrete, BSEN 123508 12350-8 and BSEN 12350-9 or ACI 237R07 and ASTMC 16111/C, I think somewhere 1611M, 1611/C and 1611M. Now, pile concrete, cementitious content shall not be less than 380 kg per meter cube as specified in section 4. Water cementitious ratio shall not exceed 0.45. Concrete mixer shall be designed of high slump and not less than 150 mm, allowing proper free fall with excellent homogeneity. When concrete mixture requires slump of greater than 230 mm, it shall be designed as self-compacting concrete or as instructed by engineer. D. Concrete slump shall have adequate workability retention using approved type of retarder and shall be submitted in design mix. Increase in workability shall not permit any decrease in specified design strength. Concrete is in a pile shall, if at all possible, be placed in one continuous operation. Underwater concrete shall comply with ACI 304 Chapter 8. Cementitious content shall not be less than 390 kg per meter cube. Water cementitious ratio must not exceed 0.4. Fine aggregate contents of 45 to 55% by volume of total aggregate and air contents of up to approximately 5% are generally specified. Concrete shall be more cohesive and less prone to wash out of cement or fines from concrete during placement. Any washout admixtures or untreated concrete mix shall be used for underwater concrete. Trial placement shall be conducted to verify that concrete proportion with anti-wash out admixture can maintain adequate slump life and can flow for required distance. This washout concrete shall be more cohesive and less prone to washout. Cohesive means it should move together. There should be no segregation on that, and that's what it says washout means. Now trial placement shall be conducted to verify that concrete proportion with anti-washout admixture can maintain adequate slump life and can flow for required distance. Concrete mixture shall be designed of high slump, not less than 150 mm, allowing proper free fall with excellent homogeneity. Use of air and training admixture shall be evaluated as it increases workability. When concrete mixture requires slump of greater than 230 mm, it shall be designed as self-compacting concrete. It says when concrete mixture requires a slump of greater than 230 mm, shall be designed as self-compacting concrete. Increase in slump shall be made using proper admixtures. Now, concrete slump shall have adequate retention using approved type of retarder and shall be submitted in design mix. Increase in workability shall not permit any decrease in specified design strength. Concrete shall be placed in one continuous operation, and final selection of concrete mixture shall be based on test placements made underwater in a placement box or in a pit that can be dewatered after placement. Test placement shall be examined for concrete surface flatness, amount of latents present, quality of concrete at extreme flow distance of test, and flow around embedded items if appropriate. Now shotcrete, yes, we have to say shotcrete. Till that we will say what is shotcrete, how it works, then we have to understand that point. Classification of shotcrete shall be in accordance to process used wet mix or dry mix and size of aggregates used. All materials shall be as per according to QCS except for aggregate where gradation shall be per ACI 506R and 506.2R. So this is shotcrete. Classification of shotcrete shall be in accordance with process used, wet mix or dry mix, and size of aggregate used. All materials shall be per QCS except for aggregate where gradation shall be according to ACI 506R and 506.2R. Now it is steel and synthetic fiber. We are disturbing unnecessarily. So let us see what we can do. So steel and synthetic fibers will be used to reduce propagation of cracks. Steel and synthetic fibers shall be used to reduce propagation of cracks. Fibers shall be from manufacturer supplier data sheet. Let me repeat, steel and synthetic fibers shall be used to reduce propagation of cracks. Fibers shall be per manufacturer supplier data sheet and conform to ASTM A820 for steel fibers and ASTM C1116 for synthetic fiber. For steel fiber is A20 ASTM A20. For synthetic fibers ASTM C1116. Nozzle operator should be certified, refer to ACI CP60, and have completed at least one similar application as a nozzle operator on a similar project. Because I'm talking shortcut, so nozzle operator and all these people are required for that. Okay, this is a specialized job and have completed 1 year experience. Now, nozzle operator should also be able to demonstrate by test an ability to satisfactorily perform required duties and to apply shotcrete as required by specifications. Before shotcreting, surface shall be prepared and maintained before and during slump and during shotcrete application. I'm sorry, not on slump was another para. Before shotcreting, surface shall be prepared and maintained before and during shotcrete application. Surface preparation shall conform to ACI 506 chapter 5. Cementitious content shall not be less than 360 kg per meter cube, while wet mix is applied. Slump shall be in range of 40 to 80 mm. Okay. Now normal testing areas. Normal testing ages for compressive strength are 7 and 28 days. Normal testing. However, shorter period may be required for particular applications or conditions as directed by engineer. Testing shall be on daily production of every 30 meter cube, whichever is greater. Sampling and testing, however, should be varied according to size and complexity of project. Sampling should be done in accordance with ASTM C1385. Making extra cylinders or panels shall be at request of engineer if testing results vary. Testing for water absorption and drying shrinkage shall be at required of engineers, at request of engineers. At request of engineers. Fiber reinforced shotcrete. Fiber reinforced shotcrete requires fiber washout tests or flexural toughness tests according to ASTM C1018. Fiber washout test or flexural toughness testing. Acceptance of shotcrete should be based on results obtained from drilled cores or sawed cubes, ASTM C42. Use of data from non-destructive testing devices such as impact hammers or probes, ASTM C805, ASTM C803, ultrasonic equipment, ASTM C597, and pull-out devices, ASTM C900, may be useful in determining uniformity and quality of in place shotcrete. These tests, however, may not provide reliable values for compressive strength. Core grading is a method used to evaluate encasement of reinforcement. Core grading is a method used to evaluate encasement of reinforcement. Core grading shall be used for nozzle operator evaluation. Core grading should not be used to evaluate structures. Now, no fines concrete and pervious concrete. No fine concrete and pervious concrete. No fine concrete shall be made using a coarse aggregate. No fines means there should be no fine. This means that. That's why it's called no fines. So we can say no fine concrete shall be made using coarse aggregate conforming QCS section 5 part 3. Proportion of aggregate, cement and water shall be determined by trial mixes by contractor and to be accepted by engineer. All aggregate particles are to be coated with film of cement grout. All aggregate particles are to be coated with a film of cement grout. No fines concrete when placed shall contain no layers of latex. No fines concrete shall not be mixed by hand. Mechanical vibration shall not be used to compact no fines concrete. 3 test tubes of no fine concrete shall be made of each preliminary mix. Minimum crushing strength of chosen mix shall be 5 MPa at 28 days. Now it is A. Now porosity of no fines concrete shall be such that water will pass through a slab 300 mm thick at rate of not less than 71 per meter square. See, what it says, porosity of no fines concrete shall be such that water shall pass through a slab 300 mm thick. 300 mm thick is not easy, 3 mm 12 inches thick at rate of not less than 7 liter, I'm not sorry 71, it's I think 7 liters, 7 liters per meter square. So second of slab per meter square second, 300 meters thick, rate of not less than 7 liters per meter square. Second slab with a constant 100 mm depth of water on slab. Now 100 mm depth of water on slab. So this is 7 liters per meter square should porosity of no fines concrete shall be such that water will pass through a slab 300 mm thick at rate of not less than 7 liter per meter square. Second of slab and with a constant 100 mm depth of water on slab. Where is slab incorporating vertical sweep, vertical weep holes, when a slab incorporating vertical weep holes or drain holes is cast above a layer of no fines concrete, any polythene sheeting shall be pierced. Any polythene sheeting shall be pierced below pipe, forming such drain holes and edges of sheeting sealed to lower end of pipe to prevent ingress of grout and fine particles from slab concrete into no fines concrete. I repeat this, where a slab incorporating vertical weep holes, where a slab incorporating vertical weep holes or drain holes is cast above, when a slab incorporating vertical weep holes or drain holes is casted above a layer of no fines concrete. When a slab incorporating vertical weep holes or drain holes is casted above a layer of no fines concrete, any polythene sheeting shall be pierced below pipes, forming such drain holes and edges of sheeting sealed to lower end of pipe to prevent ingress of grout and fine particles from slab concrete into no fines concrete. Prevent ingress of grout and fine particles from slab concrete into no-fines concrete. This is a wear slab incorporating vertical reap holes or drain holes is cast above a layer of no-fines concrete. Polythene sheeting shall be pierced below pipes forming such drain holes, and edges of sheeting sealed to lower end of a pipe to prevent ingress of ground and fine particles from slab concrete into no fines concrete. Now, limit of maximum height of drop while placing is not applicable for no fines concrete. Let me relax. I relax also. Let me relax 5 minutes. So, limit for maximum height of drop while placing is not applicable for no fines concrete. Formwork shall remain in place until no fines concrete has gained adequate strength to support itself per requirements of part 10 of this section. Now, first, fresh density. Wait a minute. Yeah, yes. Curing shall be carried out in accordance with provisions part 11 of this section. Then, fresh density of pervious concrete shall be tested. Fresh density of pervious concrete shall be tested per ASTM C1688, and infiltration rate shall be tested per ASTM C1701, and to follow ACI 1522, ACI 522, not 1522, 522, I1R for testing and quality control scheme. Now, concrete with recycled aggregates shall be generally approved once a source of recycled aggregate is identified based on type and approved by engineer. Recycled aggregates shall meet with BSEN 12620 and QCS requirements. Concrete made with recycled aggregate shall be limited to design strength of C40 MPa a cube strength unless otherwise accepted by engineer. BSEN 206-1 shall be code of practice and guide for uses of recycled concrete aggregates of aggregates in concrete. Let us say concrete made with recycled aggregates shall be limited to design strength of C40 MPa a cube strength unless otherwise accepted by engineer. BSEN 226-1 shall be code for practice and guide for uses of recycled aggregate in concrete or ACI 555 and BRE-433. Water cementitious ratio shall not exceed 0.5. Water cementitious ratio shall not exceed 0.5, and to determine a target mean strength on basis of required strength, a higher standard deviation increased by 40% shall be used when designing a concrete with recycled aggregate of variable quality than when recycled aggregate of uniform quality or virgin aggregates are used. So, target mean strength on basis of required strength A higher standard deviation ST increased by 40% shall be used when designing a concrete with recycled aggregate of uniform quality of virgin aggregates are used. Now, specific gravity, unit weight, and absorption of aggregate should be determined before mixture proportion studies. Specific gravity, unit weight, and absorption of aggregate should be determined before mixture proportion studies. Now, mixture proportion should be based on measured density of recycled aggregate intended in job concrete. Trial mixes shall be made to verify requirements with project specification and QCS. Heavyweight and radiation shielding concrete. Heavyweight and radiation shielding concrete. Quality of aggregates should comply with requirements of QCS for normal weight aggregate ASTM C637 for heavyweight aggregates and ASTM C638 for aggregates to be used in radiation shielding concrete. When ferrophosphorus aggregates are used, tests shall be made to determine if gases non-toxic might be released during construction. Aggregate shall be checked for every delivery to ensure that so what it says, aggregate shall be checked for every delivery to ensure that they conform completely with purchase specifications. So there are 2 points here. When ferrophosphorus aggregates are used, tests shall be made to determine if gases, that is non-toxic, might be released during construction. Aggregate shall be checked for every delivery to ensure that they conform completely with purchase specifications. Now, aggregate shall be frequently evaluated for effects of deleterious substances or aggregate coatings on concrete strength or promotion of corrosion in metallic aggregates or embedments. Then you can say chemical, let us see again, aggregate shall be frequently evaluated for effect of deleterious substances or aggregate coatings on concrete strength or promotion of corrosion in metallic aggregates or embedments. Then chemical properties of all heavy density aggregates must be provided to engineer for evaluation before use, with due consideration given to chemical reactivity, particularly in high alkaline environment as found in cement paste. Tests for alkali aggregate reactivity shall be determined from each source and supplier and shall be made every 3 months. Fresh density of high density concrete shall be made from each truck. Lead short concrete shall not be used for structural concrete. Thermal conductivity, elastic behavior and shrinkage, hardened density, strength as well as other hardened concrete properties shall be tested and verified before use of concrete. So this is that. It's not given there what I was thinking. This is for heavyweight and radiation shielding concrete. There's another say that if you want to increase density of concrete, you can use steel shards in that, so that density of concrete is increased, because steel shards it is around 8,000 or 7,800 kilogram per cubic meter, and if you add say half cubic meter to concrete or lesser than that, you can increase weight of that member because changing of density or whatever that's called. Now fiber reinforced concrete. Classification of fiber reinforced concrete shall be made based on material type of fiber incorporated. Type 1. This is material type of fiber incorporation. Type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4, and I think type 4 are there. So let us say type 1, steel fiber reinforced concrete means steel fiber contains stainless steel, alloy steel or carbon steel fibers conforming to specification of BSEN 14889-1 or ASTM 820 or A8220M. Type 2, this was type 1, I said, steel fiber reinforced concrete. Then it contains stainless steel, alloy steel or carbon steel fibers. Now, that's conforming to specification of BSEN 14889-1 or ASTM 820M. Now it is number 2, type 2, glass fiber reinforced concrete. Glass fiber reinforced concrete contains alkali resistant AR glass fibers conforming to specification C1666/C1666M. This is for glass fiber, alkali resistant. Okay. Then types 3, that is synthetic fiber reinforced concrete. Synthetic fiber reinforced concrete. Contains synthetic fibers for which documentary evidence can be produced confirming their long-term resistance to deterioration when in contact with moisture and alkalis present in cement paste and substances present in admixture and shall conform to BSEN 148-8 and 0.01. Now, by 3, it is a synthetic. Now, what will be that? Fiber reinforced concrete contains synthetic fiber for which documentary evidence can be produced, confirming their long-term resistance to deterioration when in contact with moisture and alkali present in cement paste and substances present in admixtures, and also shall conform to BSEN 14889-2. Number 4, type 4, natural fiber reinforced concrete. It contains natural fiber, contains natural fibers for which documentary evidence can be produced, confirming that the long-term resistance to this deterioration when in contact with moisture and alkalis present in cement, paste and substances present in admixtures. Test method ASTM D6942 shall be used to determine susceptibility of these fibers to deterioration as a result of exposure to alkalis in concrete. When purchaser chooses to permit use of fibers other than those complying with above classifications, manufacturer or you can supplier, vendor or organize Okay, so when purchaser chooses to permit use of fibers other than those complying with above classifications, manufacturer or supplier shall show evidence satisfactory to purchaser that type of fiber proposed for use shows long-term resistance to deterioration when in contact with moisture and alkalis present in cement paste and substances present in admixture. In addition, there is a polypropylene fibers are also added to concrete at rate of 10 to 30 kg per meter cube depending upon type of concrete. It is paving concrete something, so that's also a part of that. And also, as I said, high density concrete, as I said, is not given a specification, but steel shards can be added to concrete. Steel shards in various proportion can be added if you want to. Because originally you can say it is 2.54 tons per cubic meter. So if you want to add that, you want to bring down from 50 degrees, let's say to 27 degrees warm. 70 or 70 degrees less than more. And that makes a difference about what to say, that we can use this internal of that engine that is producing this polypropylene fiber. This is return. Certainly that's the same to return. Then we can say, now we go back to contractor shall submit. Now what actually contractor shall submit? Where maybe in between I feel a little drowsy, I can't say this is early morning time and it's too early morning. In fact, you can say 3:30, I start something at 3 o'clock and I get up before 2. So sometimes I may feel drowsy and I can understand that point. So It doesn't matter for a while I lose my concentration on this. After all, I'm a human being. It's around 4:45. Okay, then we go to, when I said high density concrete can be produced by steel shards, you can understand. Between 1 cubic meter of steel shard is 7,800 cubic kilogram. So if you want to add 50% of steel shards, you can say around 4,000 kilogram. 50% you get that 4,000 kilogram and 50% of concrete 1 point something ton. So if you add 25%, then you get about 2,000 kilogram, 2,000 kilogram, and 75% of concrete itself is about 2. So 2 and something, you can say high density concrete. Depends on how much steel you are adding to replace concrete in that. Now submissions, concrete type of fiber reinforced concrete is required, designated size or size of coarse aggregates. Now slump or time of flow required at point of delivery. Slump or time of flow required at point of delivery or when appropriate point of placement subject to tolerances hereinafter specified. Slump shall be specified when it's anticipated to be 50 mm or more, except as otherwise specifically permitted by engineer. Cement, supplementary cementitious materials, fine and coarse aggregates, mixing water and admixtures shall be measured in accordance with applicable requirements of QCS. Fibers shall be measured by mass. Fibers shall be measured by mass. When fibers are to be measured by mass, boxes or like containers are acceptable provided that such like containers are sealed by fiber manufacturers and have mass content therein clearly marked. No fraction of a container delivered unsealed or left over from previous work shall be used unless weighed. And you can say pre-packed, dry, combined materials, including fibers, shall comply with packagings and marking requirements of specification ASTM C387 or C1480 and shall be accepted for use provided that after addition of water, reshuffling fiber, reinforced concrete, now say pre-packed, dry, combined materials, including fibers, shall comply with packaging and markings requirements of specification ASTM C387 or C1480 and shall be accepted for use provided that after addition of water, resulting fiber reinforced concrete meets performance requirements of this specification. Batching plant used for preparation of continuously mixed fiber reinforced concrete shall comply with applicable requirements of NRMCA. NRMCA. Batching plant used for preparation of continuously mixing fiber reinforced concrete shall comply with applicable requirements of NRMCA. Fiber reinforced concrete shall be added directly to concrete at time of batching in amounts in accordance with approved submittals for each type of concrete required. Mix concrete in strict accordance with fiber reinforced concrete manufacturers' instructions and recommendations. Fiber reinforced concrete shall be free of fiber balls when delivered. Manufacturer of fiber reinforced concrete shall furnish to purchaser a delivery ticket or statement of particulars on which is printed, stamped and written information with details of type, brand and amount of fibers used. Contractor shall afford inspector all reasonable access without charge and with engineer Alright, so what I say in between, you may think I'm sleepy, right? No problem, you can think. Up to you, whatever you think. Fiber reinforced concrete shall be free from fiber balls when delivered. The manufacturer of fiber reinforced concrete shall furnish to purchaser a delivery ticket or statement of particulars on which is printed, stamped or written on information with details of type, brand or amount of fiber used. Now contractor shall afford to inspect all reasonable access without charge for procurement of samples of freshly mixed fiber reinforced concrete at time of placement to determine compliance with requirements of this specification. Samples of batch mixed fiber reinforced concrete shall be obtained in accordance with Practice ASTM C172 or C1385/C1385/M for shotcrete as appropriate, except that wet sealing shall not be permitted. Sampling for uniformly tests shall be in accordance with the specifications ASTM C94/C94M. If measured slump time of flow or air content fall outside limit. If measured slump time of flow or air content falls outside limits permitted by this specification, make a check test immediately on another portion of same sample. If results again fall outside of permitted limits, material represented by sample fail to meet requirements of this specification. Following shall apply to all forms of fiber reinforced concrete except dry mix shotcrete when applicable. Slump shall be in tolerance into C So what it says, let us say, it says same thing, following test cell, what paragraph said last time, so let me mix up, I'm moving to talk about that. If measured slump time of flow or air fall outside limits permitted by specification, make a test immediately of another portion of same sample, if result again this is fall again outside permitted limits, material represented by sample fails and to meet requirements of this specification. Following shall apply to forms of fiber reinforced concrete except dry mix shotcrete when applicable. Slump shall be in tolerance with this section and para 6425 A or B. Hot, air is not passing from my waist. That's the problem here, and that's causing hot. My waist is hot. Time of flow shall be in tolerance as follows. When project specifications for time of flow for time of flow are written as a minimum or not less than requirement, then see there are again two specifications for specified time of flow, and one is 15 if 15 second or less, and if more than 15 second. Example is now it says in this table, this is plus tolerance, and this is 5 seconds if 15 seconds or less, and it is 5 seconds, and if more than 15 seconds 10 seconds. Minus tolerance is 0 second in both cases. So what we say, when project specifications for time of flow are not written as minimum or not less than requirement, tolerance for time of flow for specified time to flow tolerance both are there. 8 to 15 seconds is time of flow, tolerance is plus minus 3 seconds, and more than 15 seconds it is plus minus 5 seconds. Now let's see finishability of this concrete. Finishability. Now I'm not going to be that fast in this because I'm of course feeling drowsy, but I want to take water so I keep myself smart enough. You may say why I'm taking so frequently. It's required because of weather conditions and humidity. More of it is in AC. So I say light, now it's finishability first of all, and then lightweight concrete. So finishability is there. Let me see what's the position there. No one there so far, no problem, because people are not interested in this. So what can I do? So it says finishability, pre-project trials shall be utilized to determine acceptable surface. Pre-project trials shall be utilized to determine acceptable surface. Finishability by engineer, and that is, manufacturer shall provide services of a qualified technician to instruct concrete supplier in proper balance batching and mixing of material to be provided. Sorry. No. Sorry. So, finishability pre-project trials shall be utilized. Pre-project trials shall be utilized to determine acceptable surface. Finishability by engineer. Manufacturer shall provide services of a qualified technician to instruct concrete supplier in proper batching and mixing of materials to be provided. Provide fiber for concrete reinforcing capable of achieving a 2-hour fire resistance rating when tested using ASTM E all out. Alright, what to do? So it says then provide fibers for concrete reinforcing capability of achieving a 2-hour fire resistance rating when tested under ASTM EE119, that is fire tests must be certified. Lightweight concrete. Look, this is very important specification I am delivering to you through Qatar specs. It is very interesting and perfect, you can say, in one way, because Qatar is a systematic country as far as engineering concerned. It was when I was there, and I was impressed by that system in comparison to other countries. So I can say lightweight concrete is like this. Class of specification refers to lightweight concrete with improved insulation properties. Let us see how we can get better benefit of that. This class of specification refers to lightweight concrete with improved insulation properties where practical range of density is between about 300 and 1850 kg per meter cube. So this is range now. What is range? 300 and 1850 kg per cubic meter. This is lightweight concrete range. Density is between 300 and 1850. This says class of specification refers to lightweight concrete with improved insulation properties where practical range of densities is between about 300 and 1850 kg per meter cube concrete. This is and required density and strength of lightweight concrete shall be specified on drawing or directed by engineer. Method of producing of lightweight concrete will be shown on drawing or directed by engineer. Contractor shall submit full technical details of materials and method of production for lightweight concrete along with a list of previous work projects where a particular system has been used. And after use successfully, in fact, not simply used, should be used successfully with proven records. And after source approval of material and system, contractor shall submit a mixed design for lightweight concrete for approval of engineer. After review and approval of critical mix design, contractor shall carry out a trial mix to check workability of fresh concrete and to allow samples to be made for compressive strength and density. Engineer may also instruct that tests are carried out for abrasion, resistance and thermal insulation properties. Lightweight concrete shall be made with lightweight aggregates approved as approved in Part 2 of Section 5 in QCS for use in concrete. Performances of lightweight concrete shall follow ACI 213R. Now trial mixes. I'm getting a little breeze from fan, so I must taking those off. As soon as engineer has approved concrete mix, uh, I'm sorry, my digestion is a little problem. What to do? There's some, I think, gas locks or oxygen locks or to say lock in my body. See, I'm getting release of gases. Sorry. Sorry. Saying sorry. Okay. Water is getting down into my stomach, so it takes time, you see. See what's happening. Maybe I'm disturbing you, wasting your time. Sorry for that. Oh my God. See. Okay, as soon as engineer has approved concrete mix design for each grade of concrete and during following carrying out preliminary test, contractor shall prepare trial mix of each grade in presence of engineer and at least 35 days before commencement of concrete. Trial mix shall be mixed, trial mix shall be done and handled by means of same plant which contractor proposes to use in works. Trial mix shall comprise not less than 50% from central mixing drum capacity. Trial mixes shall comprise not less than 50% from central mixing drum capacity, but not less than 3 meter cube of concrete. Trial mix can be exempted if concrete supplier provides through an independent approved testing agency adequate history on its strength. Okay, now not less than 30 strength test results are as in para 6.6 of this specification. Let me use my chappals. I think it's better. Keeping my bare foot on the floor is also heat transmission. So I take my chappals and keep press on that so that heat isolation is limited. It is used to my feet. So not less than 30 strength tests shall results in as per 6.6 of the specification. Results shall be valid by no more than 6 months from date of approval. Batch field concrete trial mix within minus 5 degrees Celsius of proposed maximum allowable fresh concrete, batch filled concrete trial mix within minus 5 degrees Celsius. Why saying that of proposed mix maximum allowable fresh concrete temperature in truck mixer? 5 degrees Celsius should be, a mixer with a minimum batch size of 3 meter cube. There's something wrong in this. I don't sure this. Batch filled concrete trial mixture with 5 degrees Celsius of proposed mixing maximum allowable fresh concrete. The concrete mixture shall be held in mixer for 120 minutes. Concrete mix shall be held in mixer for 120 minutes, 2 hours, 120 minutes, unless otherwise specified by engineer during entire 120 minutes period. Agitate mixer at 1 to 6 rpm at end of 120 minutes. Mix concrete mixture at full mixing speed. Designed by manufacturer 6 to 18 rpm for 2 minutes. This is, I think, something different here. What it says is this is no. Let us read it again. Batch filled concrete trial mixture. Batch filled concrete trial mixture with minus 5 degrees Celsius of proposed maximum allowable fresh concrete temperature. Minus 5 degrees of proposed maximum allowable fresh concrete temperature in a truck mixer with minimum batch size 3 meter. So concrete temperature, that is say 21 or 24, because 32 this, so this will be 20, 32 minus 5, that is, whatever it is 7. So it says minus 5 degrees of maximum temperature allowed, so that's what it says. So batch filled concrete that trial mix within minus 5 degrees Celsius of proposed maximum allowable fresh concrete temperature in a truck mixer with a minimum batch size 3 meter cube. Let me put up this fan on that one. Let's see if it's continuously. That's hot also. Let's put this a little more. That's better, I think. For 5 minutes I have to take that speed. So not less than 30 strength test. Not less than 30 strength test result as a para 6.6 of this specification. And it says let me say hello this I mix actually. So batch filled concrete trial mix within minus 5 degrees Celsius of proposed maximum allowable fresh concrete temperature in a truck mixer with minimum batch size 3 meter cube. Concrete mixture shall be held in mixer for 120 minutes. This concrete mixture shall be held in mixer for 120 minutes unless otherwise specified by engineer. During entire 120 minute period, agitate mixture 1 to 6 rpm. 1 to 6 rpm is very slow. 1 to 6 rpm. You agitate with 1 to 6 rpm is slow, so not fast. At end of 120 minutes, mix concrete mixture at full mixing speed designated by manufacturer, the 6 to 18 rpm for 2 minutes. And For each trial mix, a plant production trial. For each trial mix, a plant production trial shall be carried out. For each trial mix, a plant production trial shall be carried out and slump of concrete checked immediately after discharge from mixer. And thereafter, a 30-minute interval. For each trial mix, a plant and production trial shall be carried out and slump of concrete checked immediately after discharge from mixer, and thereafter 30 minimum intervals of up to maximum time period envisaged for delivery and standing on site. Based on this trial mix design shall identify any adjustments to range of plasticizer, adjustment to range of plasticizer for acceptable workability for different times after batching. Where ready mix concrete is being used, above the requirement may be waived at discretion of engineers. If contractor has documented previous experience of particular mix design with test results available. So, I will read this paragraph again for clarification. I will read this paragraph again for clarification is essential. For each trial mix, a plant production trial shall be carried out and slump of concrete checked immediately after discharge from mixture, and thereafter at 30 minimum intervals up to maximum time period envisaged for delivery and standing on site. Okay then. So 30 minute intervals up to maximum time period envisaged for delivery and standing on site. Now based on this trial mix design shall identify any adjustment to range of plasticizers or for acceptable workability for different times after batching where ready mix concrete is being used above requirement may be waived at discretion of engineer if contractor has documented previous experience of a particular mix design with test results available. Then on to we move to next paragraph, that is proportions of cement aggregate. Proportion of cement aggregate and water shall be carefully determined by weight in accordance with contractor's approved mix design and shall push it on. Both. Okay. Proportions of cement aggregate and water shall be carefully determined by weight in accordance with contractor's approval mix design or modified mix design after preliminary test. Known properties of cement aggregate and water shall be carefully determined if by weight in accordance with contractor's approved mix design for modified mix design after preliminary tests. Each sample shall consist of at least 9 specimens for strength analysis. Each sample shall consist of 9 specimens for strength analysis, where 3 specimens for each age will be tested to determine concrete strength at required age. Okay. If either or both average value of strength of 3 cubes tested at 28 days less than required strength, target strength, or difference between greatest and least strength as more than 15% of average strength per BS EN 206 and content shall take measures as deemed necessary of check. Now, so this is that. I think I should take more water if it's required. That's why I'm feeling a little drowsy. Let me take directly from this there's the bottle. So each sample shall consist of at least 9 specimens for strength analysis, with 3 specimens for each stage. Each age will be tested to determine concrete strength at required age. If either or both average value of strength of these cubes tested on 28 days less than required strength, target strength, or difference between greatest and least strength is more than 15% of average strength. The difference between greatest and least strength is more than 15% of average strength per BS EN 2061 Contractors shall take measures as deemed necessary, such as propose new mix design, provide new materials, and prepare and test further trial mixes until specified requirements are achieved. Additionally, contractors shall measure temperature workability of concrete in each batch. When requested by engineer, a mock-up of 2 into 2 into 2 meter cube, mock-up of 2 into 2 into 2 meter cube shall be made at job site. And full-scale test of workability of each trial mix shall be made by contractors in presence of engineers. Following tests shall be made on a site by filling trial molds to confirm suitability of. So this paragraph is dangerously when requested by engineer, a mock-up of 2 into 2 into 2 meter cube shall be made at job site, and full-scale tests of workability of each trial mix shall be made by contractor in presence of engineer. Following tests shall be made on site by filling trial molds to confirm suitability of mix for works and type of plant used for mixing, phase intended for use in wax, and type of form oil and type of protective coatings. Following tests shall be made on site by filling trial molds to confirm suitability of mix for work, type of plant used for mixing, phase intended for use in works, and type of form oil, type of protective coatings. Redesign of concrete mixes and trial mixes of concrete shall be repeated for each grade of concrete until concrete meets requirements in this specification and it is verified by full-scale mock-up test as described above. Approval of job mix proportions. Approval of job mix proportions by engineer or his assistants to contractor in establishing this proportions in no way relieves contractor of responsibilities of producing concrete which meets requirements of this specification. Redesign of concrete. Redesign of concrete mix and trial mix of concrete shall be repeated for each grade of concrete until concrete meets the requirements in this specification and is verified by full-scale mock-up and mock-up as described above. Approval of job mix proportions by engineer or his assistants to contractor in establishing these proportions in no way relieves contractor of responsibility of producing concrete which meets requirement of specifications. All costs connected with preparations of trial mixes and design of job mixes shall be borne by contractor. All costs connected with preparations of trial mixes and design of job mixes shall be borne by contractor. Contractor shall declare any change in source of material. Okay, now so let's repeat approval of job mix proportion by engineer or his assistants to contractor in establishing those proportions in no way relieves contractor of responsibility of producing concrete which meets requirement of this specification. At costs connected with preparedness or the preparations of trial mixes and design of design of job mixes shall be both by contractor. Now, so both by all costs connected with preparations of trial mixes and designs of job mixes shall be borne by contractor. Contractor shall declare any change in source of material and any changes in cement content consumption greater than 20 kg per meter cube from that used in trial mixes. Now quality and testing. Now quality and testing chapter comes in and we are talking about that. Quality and testing is 539. I think up to 6:30, not too long. Let's see. In order to ensure that quality of materials and mix proportions are maintained throughout concreting operations, sampling and testing shall be carried out using relevant standards, procedures and all other relevant codes quoted in this specification in accordance with routine testing program that shall be agreed with engineer before start of concrete work. 682, that's test of concrete. This is 681 from the channel. This is test for concrete 682. Unless engineer directs otherwise, program shall include at least tests specified below. Tests on aggregates shall be as described in part 2 of this section. That's the full section. Concrete shall be tested in accordance with requirements of specification by qualified field testing technicians or engineer. Concrete testing laboratory personnel shall be certified from a recognized institution. Field personnel in charge of sampling concrete testing for slump and temperature and making and curing test specimens shall be certified from a recognized institution. 2. Slump tests and VSI testing, when applicable, shall be carried out at rate of one test per load of concrete delivered to site, or one test per 10 meter cube, whichever is lesser for first 50 meter cube of concrete. Then at a rate of one slump test for every 50 meter cube if concrete was consistent during production. In event of inconsistent slump values, engineer may instruct contractor to check slump test on each truck of concrete. Okay, now let us say this says one slump test if slump test and UV size testing when applicable shall be carried out at rate of one test per load of concrete delivered to site or one test per 10 meter cube, whichever is lesser for first 50 meter cube of concrete, then rate of one slump test for every 50 meter cube. If concrete was consistent during production, in event of inconsistent slump values, engineer may instruct contractor to check slump test on each truck of concrete at plant. Contractor shall carry out an investigation to establish cause of high variation in slump and shall take any necessary corrective measures. Slump requirements for fresh concrete are to be approved by engineer. Now, adjustment for slump of concrete to fit job requirement can be conducted only one time using a proper additive at job site, provided that each such addition does not increase water cement ratio and setting time above maximum permitted by specifications. This addition will only be made at approval of engineer. Concrete shall be available within permissible range of slump for a period of 30 minutes starting either on arrival of on job at job site or after initial slump adjustment as permitted above, whichever is later. First and last quarter meter cube discharge, first and last quarter meter cube discharge are exempt from this requirement. If user is unprepared for discharge of concrete from vehicle, producer shall not be responsible for limitation of minimum slump after 30 minutes have elapsed, starting either on arrival of vehicle at prescribed destination or at requested delivery time, whichever is late. Now, it said, I repeat this paragraph, adjustment for slump of fit job requirement can be conducted only one time using a proper additive at job site, provided that such addition does not increase water cement ratio and setting time above maximum permitted by specification. This addition shall not be made at approval of engineer, shall be done only on approval of engineer. Can be verbally or it can. Engineer has to approve ultimately. Concrete shall be available within permissible range of slump for a period of 30 minutes starting either on arrival at job site or after initial slump adjustment as permitted above, whichever is later. First and last quarter meter cube discharged are exempt from this requirement. If user is unprepared for discharge of concrete from vehicle, who producer shall not be responsible for limitation of minimum slump after 30 minutes have elapsed. starting uh, starting either in arrival of vehicle at prescribed destination or at required delivery time or whichever is better. Okay, now I think if I put light on this due to battery, I can't read. That's the problem. What to do? Let me better put light for half an hour and see how it works. But there's bad weather condition also here. Now I'm not getting enough light from there. So let me move it is no problem. Now, what say? When air entrant concrete is desired, purchaser shall specify total air content of concrete, air content of air entrained concrete when sampled from transportation unit at point of discharge shall be within a tolerance of plus minus 1.5% of this specified value. Now concrete strength test. Concrete strength test. Let me see if I can put light and see it or not because of battery problems. Maybe if the face is clear or not, let me check. It's okay, I think face is not a big issue. It can move. I can read like this, I think. Yeah, can maybe. So let me continue with concrete strength test. Each concrete strength sample shall consist of at least 7 specimens. Each concrete strength sample test cell shall consist of at each concrete strength sample shall consist of at least 7 specimens, 2 to be tested at 7 days, 3 at 28 days, and 2 at discretion of engineer. So out of 7, 2 can say 3 at 28 days. Let me see it again. 2 each concrete strength sample shall consist of at least 7 2 to be tested at 7 days and 3 28 days and 2 to be tested at discretion of engineer, which could be 58 days, 56 days or whatever. Additional samples may be prepared as directed by engineer to be tested at discretion of engineer for strength and or durability. When concrete cylinders have been specified, concrete specimens shall not be capped using sulfur for environmental effect. Contractor shall follow one of following procedures and approvals by engineer. Then what is that? Cap specimen, that is cylindrical one, in accordance with ASTM 617, using neat cement paste and or high strength gypsum cement paste. Saw cut and grind surface of concrete to desired planes and perpendiculars. Test concrete cylinders using unbonded caps. Test concrete cylinders using unbonded caps in accordance with ASTM C1231. Now for field specimens, contractor has right to either use conversion listed in EN 206 or determine conversion factor for each specified concrete mix design by testing at least 37 comparative specimens, that is 18 cubes versus 18 cylinders samples from 3 consecutive batch trial mix. A minimum of 1 sample shall be taken of each mix every day a mix is used. Samples shall be taken all average rates at average rates of tolerance. One sample every 30 meter cube if pore is less than or equal to 90 meter cube. So 30 to 90. One sample every 100 meter cube. Okay, now a minimum of one sample shall be taken. Wait a minute, 18 cubes versus 18 cylinders. Samples from 3 consecutive batch trial mix. Now, a minimum of one sample shall be taken of each mix every day mix is used. Samples shall be taken at average rate of tolerance. One sample every 30 meter cube if pore is less than or equal to 90 meter cube. One sample every 100 meter cube if pore is greater than 90 meter cube and equal to or less than 2000 meter cube. Okay, now you see it says that we are taking a 90 meter. One sample every 100 meter cube if pore is greater than 90 meter cube and equal to or less than 2000 meter cube. There's some concentration loss in video. Please don't mind that. Sometimes when we talk like length, you feel some it's hard also. So talking continuously, there will be some gap. Some vision comes to my mind. So I don't know. One sample every 100 meter cube if pore is greater than 90 meter cube and equal to or less than 2000 meter cube. Okay, no problem. Let's go continuously around. Just remembering some of the last colleague we are talking of content start and all that. No problem at all. So it says one sample every 100 meter cube if pore is greater than 90 meter cube and equal to or less than 2000 meter cube. One sample every 200 meter cube if pore exceeds 2000 meter cube. Test specimen for compressive strength testing shall be prepared and cured in accordance with BSEN 123902-2. Compressive strength of specimen shall be determined in accordance with BSEN 123903. Test shall be average of strength of specimen, and test shall be average of strength of specimen tested at age specified if specimen shows definite evidence other than low strength of improper sampling, molding, handling, curing, or testing, it shall be discarded, and strength of remaining cubes shall then be considered test results. Then you can say after that, the test shall be average of the strength of a specimen tested at each specified specimens shows the definite evidence other than those strength of improper sampling, molding, handling, curing, or testing. It shall be discarded, and strength of remaining cubes shall then be considered and test results. Now, identity criteria of concrete strength shall be assessed for each individual test result, and average of non-overlapping results as per VS-EN-206-1. So let's say what this topic, and these people are messaging for nothing. These are sick people just disturbing for nothing. They are only messaging. I don't understand reason for messaging, but they are keeping messaging all the time. So nobody is writing anything, just sending messages. So identity criteria of concrete strength shall be assessed for each individual test should result, and average of non-overlapping result as per according to BS-EN 206.1 and explained below. Average strength test average of 2 specimens or more shall be equal to or greater than characteristics FCK plus 2 MPa, and any additional test result shall be equal to now it says average strength test average of 2 specimens or more shall be equal to or greater than characteristics FCK plus 2 MPa, and any individual test result shall be equal to or greater than FCK minus 4 MPa. Test result shall be that obtained from average of results of 2 or more specimens made from one sample of testing at same area. If work test specimen fail at 28 days, contractor shall suspend concrete operations and not proceed further without approval. Contractor shall carry out So we have known this means FCK minus 4 MPa or FCK plus 2 MPa is a characteristic strength we should get. Means again I am saying average strength test average of 2 specimen or more shall be equal to or greater than 2 is greater than this or okay. Now let's move further. If works test specimen fail at 28 days, contractor shall suspend concrete activities or operations and shall not proceed further without approval. Now let's move further. After this is that your tests have failed. If work test specimen fail at 28 days, contractor shall suspend concreting operations and shall not proceed further without approval. Contractor shall carry out in situ testing and contractor shall carry out in situ testing of suspect concrete in accordance with part 13 of section in presence of engineer. Defective work shall be repaired, replaced and repaired. Now we go to further, then all defective work shall be replaced and related. Now it is, work test specimen for last 28 days for 20 days, contractor shall suspend concreting operations and shall not proceed further without approval. Contractor shall carry out in situ testing of suspect concrete in field areas. Alright, we move further in this. So what it says that a very important paragraph. I repeat and then move further. If work test specimen fails on 28 days, contractor shall suspend concreting operations and shall not proceed further without approval. Contractor shall carry out in situ testing of suspect concrete in accordance with part 13 of this section in the presence of engineer. All defective work shall be replaced. Come on. Hardened test for fiber reinforced concrete. So this is something new. I do not want to sleep any further. Okay. I can't sleep any further. No problem. People are not there, but what is ongoing? Water finished. I'll take normal water now. So hardened test for fiber concrete. When post-crack flexural performance is used, flexural performance is used as basis for acceptance of fiber reinforced concrete, make condition and test sets of test specimens in accordance with test method ASTM C1399, C1550 and C66. Alright, so let's move. When post-concrete fractional performance is used as basis for acceptance of floor reinforced concrete, make condition and test sets of test specimen in accordance with test methods ASTM C1399, C1550 or C1609 C1609M as specified. When fractional strength is used as basis for acceptance, make and test sets of now I will read this full paragraph first. It's complicated paragraph seems, but it's also necessary to understand that. Moreover, I am only on page 60 of 205, so I have not traveled much on this yet. Move out. When flexural strength is used as basis for acceptance of concrete, make and test sets of at least 3 test specimens in accordance with requirements for sampling and conditioning given in test method ASTM C1600 C1605 and all right. So three samples are there. Uh, 3 sample specimen in accordance with requirement for samples and conditioning given in test method ASTM C1609 C1609M. Test specimens representing this section as defined in 1609 1609 are specimens representing fiber reinforced shotcrete. What to do then? Or specimen representing now what says that these is this method and methods are test specimens. Fiber reinforced shotcrete of any thickness. And now we move further, and that is about this testing, which is that specimens representing fiber reinforced shotcrete in any thickness shall be tested as cast or placed without being turned on their sides before placement on support system. Acceptance shall not be based on flexural strength alone when post-crack performance is important. Test method C1609 C1609M provides for determination of first peak flexural strengths instance when required by purchaser. For many type amount fiber combinations, first peak flexural strength is not significantly greater than peak strength in flexion. Now we go to For many type around fiber composite engines, first peak resistance is not significantly greater than peak strength in flexion. Now, when compressive strength is used as a part of basis, can remove forward, then I will check battery, which is also very important, otherwise this video shall stop. So 1 hour 10 minutes, so I have to open my battery again, otherwise it will cause a problem. So I put my battery on, let me see how can I move it off light. I think I should. So what I say now, application now, when compressive strength is used as part of basis or acceptance of fiber reinforcement, make sets of at least 2 specimens to test specimen in accordance with applicable requirements of practice ASTM C31.C31M and C192.C192M and as specified in this section, or test method C42.C42M or C1604 C1604M and condition and test in accordance with test method BSEN 12390 C39 or C39M, C42 C42M or C1604 C1604M. Acceptance shall not be based on compressive strength alone. This is complicated paragraph, so I repeat. When compressive strength is used as part of basis for acceptance of fiber reinforced concrete, make sets of at least 2 test specimens. These people unnecessarily torturing me by sending their unnecessary useless video messages, thinking that they are doing a good job, but they don't know they are harming me, harming the interests of people. So I was reading something I forgot, so that happens. I was last paragraph I read now. When compressive strength is used as part of basis for acceptance of fiber reinforced concrete, make sets of at least 2 test specimens in accordance with applicable requirements of practices ASTM C31 or C31M and C192 or C192M, and as specified in this section of test methods C42 or C42M or C1604 C1604M, and condition and test in accordance with test methods BSEN 12390 C39 C39M, C42 C42M or C1604 C1604M. Acceptance shall not be based on compressive strength alone. Frequency of tests in hard fiber reinforced concrete shall be in accordance with following requirements. Batch mixing, then one father of shotcrete, all three are there. That's what batch mixing is talking of, is that. So now its frequency of test hard fiber reinforced concrete shall be in accordance with following requirements. Batch mixing test shall be made with same frequency as is conventional concrete. Each test shall be made from a separate batch on each day. And so it says batch mixing test shall be made with same frequency as in conventional concrete. Each test shall be made from a separate batch, or on each day fiber reinforced concrete is mixed. At least one test shall be made for each class of materials. Now it's already 6:19. So I should move. Let me finish this at least. When fibers are added, subject for approval of engineer, at truck mixer, test shall be made for each 20 meter cube or fraction thereof. Whenever significant changes then we can say that when fibers are added, subject for approval of engineer, at truck mixer, tests shall be made for each 20 meter cube or fraction depth, or whenever significant changes have been made in proportioning controls. On each day, fiber reinforced concrete is mixed. At least one test shall be made to each other. Therefore now, when fibers are added, subject for approval of engineer, at truck mixer, test shall be made for each 20 meter cube or fraction thereof, or whenever significant changes have been made in proportioning controls. On each day, fiber reinforced concrete is mixed. At least one test shall be made for each class of material. For shotcrete, tests shall be made for each 38 meter cube, placed using specimens solid salt or coat from structure or from corresponding test panels. Prepare So let me read again. For shotcrete, test shall be made for each 38 meter cube, placed using specimen moving to gas. Now I think what we should do, in fact, it's now around 6:27, so I should move to FIDIC. Quality control charts we'll see tomorrow. It's in quality control charts, we'll see tomorrow. Let's move to FIDIC now. It's also very important. So this is page 60, remember, for tomorrow. Page 60, so you could move today only few pages because of mixed material on these pages. So now it's now FIDIC. I'm going to start with FIDIC and close this file because let's now close this section 5 and I open FIDIC, and we straight away go to that is notes on preparation of spatial provisions, and that is not that one. We're talking of yes, it is guidance for preparation of particular conditions, and we were here on what you say, this course we have taken over so communication of documentation, so we had done that. So now it is index and clauses, so we will go to that, and now we'll go to it is about FIDIC conditions of contract for building engineering works designed by employer, and this is guidance for preparation of particular conditions, that is title. Guidance for this preparation of particular conditions, and I'm reminding you, I'm now starting top on FIDIC, and I left in between this talk of concrete and half some this and some that. This is now about 1 hour we talk on guidance. This is preparation of particular conditions, and one by one it's around pages maybe 70 pages I think left, so I can't take all. Let's see. Normal water now. Introductory guidance notes. Now contents in this are introductory guidance notes and contract data, introduction, notes on preparation of tender documents, notes on preparation of special provisions, and inside are general provisions, employer, engineer, contractor, subcontractor, subcontracting, staff and labor, plant, material and workmanship, commencement, delays and suspension, tests on completion, employers taking over, measurement and valuation, variations and adjustments, contract price and payment, termination of employer, suspension and termination by contractor, care of work and indemnities, exceptional events, insurance, employers and contractors claims, disputes and arbitration, advisory notes to users of FIDIC contracts where project is to include building information modeling system, annexes of forms of security, and then particular condition party contract data, introduction of guidance notes. Now it says these introductory guidance notes are for use in completing contract data and shall not form part of contract data. These introductory notes, guidance notes are for use in completing contract data and shall not form part of contract data. Certain subclauses in general conditions require that specific information is provided in contract data. Employer should amend as appropriate and complete all data, and should insert not applicable in space next to any subclause which employer does not wish to use. Employer should insert tenderer to complete. In space next to any subclause which employer wish contact data to be completed by tenderer, except where indicated tender to complete. Tenderers shall not amend contact data as provided by employer. I understand that. Let me repeat it. These introductory guidance notes are for use in completing contract data and shall not form part of contract data. Certain subclauses in general conditions require that specific information is provided in contract data. Employers should amend as appropriate and complete all data and should insert not applicable in space next to any subclause which employer does not wish to use. Employer should insert tender. Employer should insert tenderer to complete in space next to any subclause which employer wishes contract data to be completed by tenderer, except where indicated tenderer to complete. Tenderer shall not amend contract data as provided by employer. An italicized text and any enclosing square brackets are for use in preparing contract data and should be deleted from final version of contract data. Failure by employer to provide information and details required in contract data could mean either that documents forming contract are incomplete with vital information missing, or that fallback provision to be found in some clauses in general conditions that automatically take effect. Now, contract data, for example, has subclause number, then data to be given, data. It's like that. Let us say SS 119, for example, where contract allows for cost plus profit, percentage profit to be added to cost. Data is blank and percentages. Data to be given, subclause. When example 1127, the defects notification period TNP number is blank, and then 1131 employee's name and address is blank and to be completed. 1135 engineer's name and address also blank. Then 1185 time for completion is also blank. Days, and 1381 agreed methods of electronic transmission, then also address of employee for communication and address of engineer for communication, address of contractor for communications, and contract shall be governed by law of whatever the ruling language and language for communications, number of additional paper copies of contractor's document, total liability of contractor to employer under or in connection with contract. After receiving letter of acceptance, contractor shall be given right of access to all or part of site within these days, and subclause data to be given, and data is employer's financial arrangements, performance security, less percentages of accepted contract amount in currencies, percentage currency, then performance security as percentage of accepted contract amount in currencies, and period for notification of errors in items of reference, number of days, period of payment for temporary utilities, number of days, number of additional paper copies of progress reports, maximum allowable accumulated value of work subcontracted as a percentage of accepted contract amount, part of works for which subcontracting is not permitted, normal working hours on site, number of additional paper copies of program and daily damages payable for each day of delay. And you can say daily damages payable for each day of delay, maximum amount of delay damages, method of measurement, percentage profit as stated in the 1119 above, and percentage rate to be applied to provisional sums of overheads, charges and profits. Total amount of advance payment, percentage of accepted contract amount, currency of currencies of advance payments, and then percentage of deductions is 42.3, and the numbers are also there. 42% of deductions for repayment of advance payment, then 14.3 period of payment, 14.3b number of additional paper copies of statements, and 14.33 percentage of retention, and 14.33 limit of retention money as a percentage of accepted contract amount, and 14.5b1 plant and materials for payment when shipped, and 14.5c plant and materials for payment when delivered to site, 14.62 minimum amount of interim payment certificates, and 14.7a period for payment of advance payment to contractors, and 14.7b1 period for employer to make interim payments to contractor under subsection clause 14.6 interim payment, 14.7b period for employer so then period of employer to make interim payments to contractor under subclause 14.6, and 14.7b period for employer to make interim payments to contractor under subclause 14.13 final payment days, and period of employer to make payment to period for employer to make final payment to contractor, then period of employer to make interim payments, and also financial charges to be delayed for delayed payment percentage points, financial charges for delayed payment percentage points above average bank short-term lending rate as referred to under subparagraph A, and number of additional paper copies of draft final statement. 14.11 and 14.50 is currency for payment of contract price, and then proportions or amounts of local and foreign currencies. Local is this and foreign is this, and then 14.15 currencies and proportions for payment of delayed damages, and 14.15 rate of exchange, and 17 to forces of nature, risks of which allocated to contractors, and 19.1 that is permitted deduction limits, insurance required for works, insurance required for goods, insurance requirement for liability or breach of professional duty, insurance required against liability for fitness for purpose if whatsoever is required, insurance required okay, then we can say 19 to additional Wait a minute, yeah, wait a minute. This is, let us see full. This is 19.1. Permitted deductible item limits are insurance required for works, insurance required for goods, insurance required for liability of breach of professional duty, insurance required against liability of fitness purpose, if any is required, insurance required for injury to persons and damage to property, insurance required for injury to employees, other insurance is required by laws and by local practice. 1921B, additional amount to be insured as percentage of replacement value if less or more 15%. 19214, list of exceptional risks which shall not be excluded from insurance cover for works. Then additional amount of insured as percentage of replacement value if less or more than 15%, additional amount to be insured as percentage of replacement value if less or more than 15%, list of exceptional risks which shall not be excluded from insurance cover for or late. So we were going to liabilities here. It is very, of course, sleepy mode because you have to think a lot in that, and can now say list of exceptional risks which shall not be excluded from insurance cover for works, extent of insurance required for goods and amount of insurance required for goods, amount of insurance required for liability for breach of professional duty, and insurance against liability for fitness or purpose, and period of insurance required for liability for breach of professional duty. And then you can say 1924, amount of insurance required for injury to persons and damage to property. And 1926, other insurance is required by laws and by local practice, given details. And 21.1, time for appointment of DAAB. 21.1, DAAB shall comprise of members. How many members? 21, list of proposed members of DAAB, proposed by employer and proposed by contractors. Appointing 21, appointing entity officials for DAAB members. Unless otherwise stated here, it shall be president of FIDIC of a person appointed by president. Now, definitions of sections, if any. Description of parts of works and shall be designated a section for purpose of contract, subclause 1173. Second is value, percentage of accepted contract amount is this. Then time for completion of subclause 1184, and delay damages subclause 88. These percentages shall also be applied to each half of returning money, retention money, Under subcontract 49, it is the definition of sections, if any, description of parts of works that shall be designated a section for purpose of contract and value, percentage of accepted contract amount, time for completion. Now, particular conditions, part B, special provisions. Now, saying that so far, so that data sequence wise, that will be around from 1 to 21 1. Now, there's particular conditions, part B, special provisions, introduction clause. Introduction, this is particular conditions, part B, special provisions. Put off this fan is very heavy now. Put off this. Terms of conditions of contract for construction have been prepared by Federation Internationally, the Engineers Councils, and are recommended for general use for construction of buildings of engineering works, where tenders are invited on an international basis. Modifications to general conditions may well be required to account for local legal requirements, particularly if they are to be used on domestic conditions. Domestic contracts, domestic contracts. Modification to general conditions may well be required to account for local legal requirements, particularly if they are to be used on domestic contracts. Under usual arrangements for this type of contract, the contractor is responsible for construction in accordance with design of employer of building and or engineering works. These conditions allow for possibility that contractors may be required to design a small proportion or a minor element of permanent works, but they are not intended for use where significant design input by contractor is required, or contractor is required to design a large proportion or any other elements of permanent works. In this later case, it's recommended that employer considers a its condition contract for plans and design. Alright, then we go further. Now, main para starts. Under usual arrangements for this type of contract, contractor is responsible for construction in accordance with design of employer, building and engineering works. These conditions allow for possibility that contractor may be required to design a small proportion or a minor element of permanent works, but are not intended for use where significant design input by contractors required, or contractor is required to design a large proportion or whatever major elements of permanent works. In this latter case, it's recommended that employers consider using FedEx conditions or contracts for plant and build, second edition 2017, or alternatively, and if suitable for circumstances of project. FedEx conditions may Okay, let's move further on this very terrific in fact. Uh, but why they're not intended for users? But they are not intended for use. They have significant design input by contractor is required, or contractor is required, or contractors, where it says that in this later case it's recommended uh, that the employer consider using FIDIC conditions of contract for plant and design build second edition 2017, or alternatively if suitable for circumstances of project FIDIC conditions of contract EPC turnkey project second edition 2017. Guidance area is intended to assist drafters of special provisions for particular conditions. Part B by giving options for various subclasses where appropriate in some cases. Example, wording is included between lines where while other instances only an aid memo is given. Here I am now. FIDIC strongly recommends that employer, contractor and drafters of special provisions take all due regard of FIDIC, 5 FIDIC golden principles. We discussed that before also, but let us repeat. GP1, GP2, GP3, GP4, GP5. GP1 is duties, rights, obligations, roles and responsibilities of all contract participants must be generally as implied in general conditions and appropriate to requirements of project. GP2, particular conditions must be drafted clearly and unambiguously. GP3, particular conditions must not change balance of risk or reward allocation provided for general conditions. And GP4, all time periods specified in contract for contract participants and to perform their obligations must be of reasonable duration. Meantime, specified contract for contract participants to perform the obligations must be of reasonable duration. And GP5, all formal disputes must be referred to a dispute avoidance or adjudication board or a dispute adjustment board if applicable for a provisionally binding decision as condition precedent to arbitration. These FIDIC golden principles are described and explained in publication FIDIC's golden principles. http:// http://fidic.org/bookshop and are necessary to ensure that modifications to general conditions are limited to those necessary for particular features of site and project and necessary to comply with applicable law. Do not change essential, fair and balanced character of FIDIC contract and contract remains recognizable as a FIDIC contract. Before incorporating new or changed subclauses, working must be carefully checked to ensure that it's fully suitable for particular circumstances. Unless it is considered suitable, example wording should be amended before use. Where amendments or additions are made to general conditions, great care must be taken to ensure that wording does not unintentionally alter alter after meaning of other clauses in conditions of contract, does not inadvertently change obligations assigned to parties, or, or balance of risk shared between them, and or does not create any ambiguity or misunderstanding in rest of contract documents. Each each time each time period stated in general conditions is what FIDIC believes is reasonable. Then each time period stated in general conditions is what FIDIC believes is reasonable, realistic, and achievable achievable in context of obligations to which it refers, and reflects appropriate balance between interests of party required to perform obligation and interests of other party whose right are dependent on performance of that obligation, it, if consideration is given to changing on such stated time period in specific provisions, particular conditions, Part B. Care should be taken to ensure that amended time period remains reasonable, realistic, and achievable in present circumstances. There are a number of subclauses in general conditions which require data to be provided by employer and or contractor, and interested party let's say it's a complicated statement here, which now we can say we cannot say that you can do whatever you want, means you have to think a lot before doing that. Let me see where I'm talking of, just for your clarification. Maybe you are not confused. Let's move to applications of this. For your information, you should be clear of what I'm talking of. That's also very important. I think FIDIC, where it is, let me see. Last actually was point requirements. I took a long distance, Their procedural rules. Now this is what I can just briefly show you as form of documentation, that this is DAB's procedural rule, and this I think is 138 of 225, page 138, and this is DAB procedural rules. And for your information, I'm showing you this. DAB procedural rules. And actually there's movement here on this camera. There's a problem here in camera. Previously it was center, so it was okay. No problem. What to do? Whatever I can give, I can give you. Then there is another one in this procedure rules 150. Now in page, which page I am now, I don't exactly know. Now let's go and see. Now FIDIC conditions of contracts, and this is here. Now this is guidance for preparation of particular conditions, and this is that. This is guidance for preparation of particular conditions. And then I can say this introductory guidance notes. Introductory guidance notes. Introductory guidance notes. Then we go to contract data that we are talking of just now. Contract data list. That's here. Contract data list. Something is blank, and this is clauses wise. Clauses wise from 1 to pound. This is given. This is contract data that we call complete contract data is here. We have to fill, and then special provision, then particular conditions part B. The particular conditions part B. I simply found particular conditions part B, and this is particular conditions part B. Condition part B, phone fell, I got it down. So it was, which page is 160? I think, which page is that? Let me check. Oh, sure, let me check that one. It is page 160. So it is page 160. So this is also page 160 here. I can't read from the so shown that actually previous version of this camera was better. And what I say that it moves on to, all it says that then after this notes on preparation of tender documents, I'll show you when we continue. Notes on preparation of tender documents. I'll continue then. Okay, this is notes on preparation of tender documents. Notes on preparation of tender documents, and then I think then the general provisions, then the general provisions as well, general provisions as well, general provisions. General provisions and then well, various chapters are there, so it doesn't matter. So we'll move, well, this all the same, so I will study the same. So different clauses are there for that, notes are given in that. So it doesn't matter that past and completion, all clauses are there. So these only clauses and nothing else. All clauses details are there. So we'll say we'll take it like this and we'll put it off. So we'll put it off, and now I continue as now what I was doing notes on preparation of tender. Before that, we were taking this point. Let me finish this point first of all. Uh, let us finish this point after general principles, golden principles. That each time, now let us do like this. It's a very important point. So it's also that let us see what's position of my scanning. Scanning, I think, is finished, right? Maybe it's finished. So it's finished. I close the scanning point here, no need of open. Now each time period stated in general conditions is what FIDIC believes is reasonable. We have gone through that. Now there are a number of subclauses in general conditions which require data to be provided by employer and contractor and inserted into contract data. Particular conditions, part A. However, there are no subclauses in general conditions which require data or information to be included in special provisions. Particular conditions, part B. Now provisions found in these provisions found in contract document under special provisions, particular conditions, part B, indicate that general conditions have been amended or supplemented. In describing what this is in describing conditions of contract in tender documents, following text can be used. That is, conditions of contract comprise of general conditions. Conditions of contract comprise general conditions which form part of conditions of contract for construction. Second edition 2017, published by Federation International Engineers Council, FIDIC, contract data, particular conditions, part A and following special provisions. Particular conditions, part B, which include amendments and additions to such general conditions. Provisions of special provisions, particular conditions, part B, shall always overrule and supersede equivalent provisions in general conditions, and it's important that changes are easily identifiable by using same clause numbers and titles as appear in general conditions. Furthermore, it's necessary to add a statement in tender documents for a contract that provisions to be found in special provisions, particular conditions, part B, take precedence over equivalent provisions found under same clause numbers in general conditions, and provisions of contract data, particular conditions, part A, take precedence over special provisions, particular conditions, part B. Please note, all web links referred to in these guidance notes are up to date as of date of this publication, but it is recommended that users of these guidance notes check online at time that they wish to reference relevant documents for most up-to-date version of documents. Now notes on preparation of tender documents that I referred to in that mobile review. When preparing tender documents and planning tender process. Now this is page 161 of 225. We can't finish it today as well. So let's say when preparing tender documents and planning tender process, employers should read publication FIDIC Procurement Procedure Guide, first edition 2011, and on its website, which presents a systematic approach to procurement of engineering and building works for projects of all sizes and complexity, and gives invaluable help and advice on contents of tender documents and procedures for receiving and evaluating tenders. Publication provides internationally acceptable, comprehensive, best practice procedures designed to increase probability of receiving responsive, clear, and competitive tenders using FIDIC form of contract. FIDIC intends to update FIDIC procurement procedures guide planned for publication at a later date to make specific reference to these conditions of contract. For construction, second edition 2017. Tender documents should be prepared by suitably qualified engineers. Tender documents should be prepared by suitably qualified engineers who are familiar with technical aspects of required works and particular requirements and contractual provisions of a construction project. Furthermore, a review by suitably qualified lawyers is advisable. Review by suitable qualified lawyers is advisable. Tender documents issued to tenderers should normally include following: letter of invitation to tender, number 1, instruction to tenderers including advice on whatever matters which employer wishes tenderers to include in their tenders but which do not form part of specification and or drawing. Form a letter of tender and required appendices if whatever. Conditions of contract, general and particular, general information and data, technical information and data including data referred to in subclause 2.5, site data and items of reference of general conditions, specification, drawings, schedules from employer, details of schedules and other information required from tenderers, required form of agreement, securities and guarantees. So let us see again this list, which is indicative one, yet it is informative. Number 1, tender documents. What should be? Letter of invitation to tender, instruction to tenderers including advice on whatever matters which employer wishes tenders to include in their tenders but which do not form part of specification and oblique or drawings. Form of letter of tender and required appendices whatsoever. Conditions of contract, general and particular, general information and data, technical information and data, including data referred to in subclause 2.5, site data, and items of reference of general conditions, specification, drawings, schedules from employer, details of schedules and other information required from tenderers, required forms of agreement, securities and guarantees, Publication FIDIC Procurement Procedures Guide referred to above provides useful guidance as to content and format of each of above. Now, for this type of contract, where works are normally valued by measurement, bill of quantities will usually be most important schedule. A day work schedule may also be necessary to cover minor works to be executed at cost. In addition, each of tenders should receive data referred to in subclass 2.5, site data and items of reference, and instructions to tenders should advise them of whatever special matters which employer wishes them to take into account when pricing works but which are not to form part of contract. When employer accepts the letter of tender contract, which then comes into full force and effect, includes these completed schedules. The following subclauses make express reference to matters to be stated in specification and or drawings. However, it may also be necessary under other subclause for employer to give specific information in specifications, for example, under subclass 72 samples. Now, so what it says specifically in this, that says that this type of contract where works are normally valued by measurement, bill of quantities will usually be most important schedule. A daily work schedule may also be necessary to cover minor works to be executed at cost. Now, in addition, each of tenders should receive data referred to subclauses, site data and item of reference, and instruction to tenders should advise them of special matters which employer wishes them to take into account when pricing works but which are not to form part of contract. So now we move to what actually this now says what subclauses make express reference to matter to be stated in specifications and or drawings. However, it may also be necessary under other subclauses for employer to give specific information in specification, for example, under subclass 7.2 samples, and that is now it is care and supply of documents 1.8 care and supply of documents, 1.13 is compliance with laws, 2.1 is right of access to site, 2.5 is site data and items of reference, 2.6 employer supplied materials and employer's equipment, 4.1 is contractors general conditions, 4.4 contractors documents, 4.5 training, 4.6 cooperation, 4.8 health and safety obligations, 4.9 quality management and compliance verification systems, and 4.16 transport of goods, 4.18 production of environment, 4.19 temporary utilities, 4.20 progress reports, and 5.2 nominated subcontractors, 6.1 engagement of staff and workers, laborers, and 6.6 facilities for staff and labor, 6.7 health and safety of personnel, and 6.12 key personnel, 7.3 is inspection, 7.4 testing by contractor, 7.8 royalties, 8.3 program, 9.1 contracts obligations, 10.2 taking over parts, 11.11 clearance at site. Many subclasses in general conditions make reference to data being contained in contract. Data, particular conditions, Part A. This data must be provided in tender documents, and these conditions of contract assume that all such data shall be provided by employer except as expressly noted in example form of contract data included in this publication. If employer requires tenderer to provide any of other information required in contract data, tender documents must make this clear. If if employer requires tenders to provide additional data or information, a convenient way of doing this is to provide a suitably worded questionnaire with tender documents. Now, instructions to tenders may need to specify any constraints on completion of contract data and or schedules and or specify extent of other information which each tender is to include with his or her tender. If each tender is to produce a tender security and a parent company guarantee, these requirements should be included in instructions to tenders. Example forms are included at end of this publication. Instructions to tenders may require tenders to provide information on matters referred to in some or all of following subclasses: 4.3 contractors representative, 6.12 fees personnel, and 19 insurance. It's important it's important for parties to understand which of documents included in tender closures and which of documents submitted by tenders will form part of contract and therefore have continued effect. For example, instructions to tender are not by definition a part of contract. They are simply instructions and information on preparation and submission of tenders, and they should not contain anything of a binding or contractual nature. Finally, when planning overall program, when planning overall program for project, employers must remember allow a realistic time for tenders to prepare and tenders to prepare and submit a responsive tender, avoiding time that is either too short, which can reduce competition and result in inadequate submittals, or too long, which can be wasteful to all parties involved, and review and evaluation of tenders and award of contract to successful tenderer. This shall be minimum time which tenderers should be asked to hold their tenders valid and open to acceptance. Notes on preparation of special provisions. So what we understood from this one, so far we have discussed today until now about section 5 Qatar concrete specifications and FIDIC Red Book. A lot has been discussed. Similarly, concrete section 5 Qatar is also in progress, not yet finished. A lot has to go there, but information is available there, much more information that when I worked there, I could not get that information which is available now. It's in details, it's practical, it's professional, and that information, I am sure, people don't read that document because when they need, they read at that time only, not otherwise. Where people face problems. Reading document is a problem for engineers, particularly. I don't know reason for that. It takes time, or it's very boring, or concentration issue. But remember, it's very important for contracting party responsible engineers and also for employers, engineers, representatives, if don't go through such documents, there can be caused whatever level of errors on job. And once it is caused, maybe the body identifies that mistake, but later on, if it's identified, it causes a great nuisance on site, because on every activity, whatever activity is done in field, responsibility is owned by contractors and not by engineer. This is a law of contract. Contractor who is doing job is responsible for its job quantitatively, qualitatively, and safety wise. Even if resident engineers approves that, or engineers representative approves that, or employer representative approves that, that approval is formal only, not legally binding. Legally binding is a responsibility of contractor. Contractor is paid for that work. Engineer is not paid for that work. Engineer is paid for supervision of that work. Real work is done by contractor. So contractor owns production responsibility, manufacturing responsibility, operational responsibility for whatever work is done on site. So what I understand, whoever qualified engineers are employed by contractors, those engineers got double responsibility. They have to go through all drawings, all specifications, contract conditions, and understand their liabilities. Simultaneously, they have to plan, they have to schedule, and they have to arrange site work, office work, submittals, all that. I'm not saying there's one person, then 2%, 3% on that management level. One looks after coordination of technical and contract, or there can be a separate contract person. It depends upon what key personnels are there in management of contractors. Certainly on big jobs, then say high profile jobs, you must have adequate equipped staffing levels, and which is requirement of project if you want to deliver quality with quantity. Or if you say, oh no, I'm concerned with quantity only, I'm not interested in quality, then you are not a contractor in fact. You are a layman, you are only a foreman, you are only a supervisor which knows nothing except doing job. As I usually say, don't look at concrete, what's being done on site, shuttering, steel and concrete itself. That is not engineering. That is last product of engineering. Engineering is a sequence from inception, designs, planning, complete detailing, contracting, all comes under umbrella of management, engineering management, construction management. You cannot separate that this is a site job and this is office job, or this is design job. These jobs are not in isolation. These jobs are maybe located at virtual offices separately, but they are connected jobs. If one chain breaks, means project breaks. So it's to be clearly understood by engineers, particularly I'm saying in my country, India, Bharat, that you have to change your mindset. Contracts work is much more difficult than design work. First of all, contract stakes are higher than all others, because if there's a loss, it's a loss to contractor and not to employer. If there's a delay, it's a loss to contractor. If there's a quality issue, it's a loss to contractor. If there's a safety issue, it's a loss to contractor. If there's a workers issue, it's a loss to contractor. If there's a procurement issue, it's a loss to contractor. There's no issue as such we can debit to employer. There is no such issue. There's no such issue that can be debited to engineer. There's no such issue. Contractor is responsible in all on overall status. Though approval is granted by engineer and everybody, but liability is not granted by everybody. Nobody shares liability, nobody shares accountability, and whatever approval is given, subject to responsibility of contractor This is called profession of contracting. This is a profession. This is not a shop. Be clear. You are bound by total documentations. You are bound bid documents which are converted to contract documents. You are bound by those documents, which is not easy to liberate yourself. You cannot liberate it yourself. You have to do that. If you complete, that is good. If you don't complete, that's not good. If there's no quality, it's bad for you. There's no safety, it's bad for you. There's no timely completion, it's bad for you. There's nothing good you accept that you deliver jobs safely, you deliver according to contract, and even if you lose something, you have to make your reputation. Even if you lose, that's your problem. That's not engineer's problem. That's not employer's problem, because your estimation was wrong, your bidding was wrong, something happened there, or your site supervision was wrong. There were no controls on site, or you could not understand what you have to do while you sign contract. Because you sign contract, you are responsible. You sign contract, that's point of view. You have to give weight. You sign contract. You sign not only contract, you sign each and every page of contract, documents, drawings, contract documents, contract specifications, whatever A to Z you sign, which means you are in field top responsible, subject to approval by your top people like consultants, but their approval is only formality. Their approval is only formality in a sense of surveillance or in sense of supervision, without sharing any degree of responsibility or accountability, except that they may be transparent. That's it. But your job is that you have to delivery of project, and that is a lump sum fixed price. Even if you lose something, nobody would bother, because you must have taken that into your accounting, in the process. It is understood. If you say leave BOQ items free, 25%, don't write your price, that does not mean that you did not include that price. It's understood that you included that price somewhere else, or you assume somewhere else. Nobody cares about price of individual items when you are having a lump sum fixed price contract. That's point you have to keep in mind. This is very devil's contract, lump sum price. If you are trapped in wrong calculations, or your tendering person or your contracting person who fail to understand total responsibilities, you shall have to pay. That's why it's very important that you should take time. And we generally say, don't believe in quantities provided by employer. Those quantities can be defective. Those quantities can be lower, and don't depend upon those quantities. Yes, you can assess, that's okay, but better main quantities like expensive items, concrete or reinforcement, and those items which you have to procure, finishing items or certain other equipments or furniture, whatsoever is there, must be calculated properly, specification understood properly. Don't be in hurry. If you think you don't have plenty of time to complete bid, better avoid that bid, because even if you get that bid by haphazard way or by in panic, you will lose that certainly. You may write to them, you may request to them, engineer and employer, that please give more time, and if you are a competent professional contractor, you shall get time. That stage must be very clear to everybody, that don't think contracting is nothing. Contracting is very difficult profession if you do it professionally. And if you do it just like workers contractor, no, that is not going to work. Because you are going to give warranty for your project, warranty of the structure, warranty of your roofing, warranty of various items. These warranties can catch your hold in future, your throat in future, your neck in future. That point is very important to be shared with. And that's the reason I'm trying to inform each time everyone, do not take things for granted, do not take contact for joke. Design can be digested, design can be revised, design can be changed, but if it doesn't work on site, it shall harm everyone. And that's the point I have to tell, I have to elaborate for everybody. Do not consider contracting an easy profession, and similarly specifications, and similarly method statements, and similarly quality, and similarly safety, and similarly planning, whatsoever is there, it's for you. With this I take your leave for today, and we'll continue tomorrow. Thank you very much everybody. I close it now and hope that you have got good information. Thank you very much, gentlemen.